Chaplain Dr. Black, as the Senate opens, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. O Maker of earth, sea, and sky, speak to our hearts today that we may cling to things that cannot fail. Speak to our lawmakers that they may embrace your purposes and do your will. Give them strength for the work before them, that they may not become weary in well-doing, realizing that in due season the harvest will come. And God, we also ask you to bless this land we love, defend it from the forces that seek to destroy our freedoms. May its citizens never forget that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is an equal opportunity destroyer. And Lord, let there be peace on earth, and let it begin with us. We pray in your loving name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The previous order, leadership time is reserved. The Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. President Pro Tem.
As I travel Iowa, the issue of rural health care comes up frequently. Living in rural Iowa, I understand the importance of my fellow Iowans having access to health care close to home. In pursuit of that goal, I've led the charge to protect and expand access to rural health care, and some of the items that I've worked on over the years would be extending telehealth flexibilities, extending the rural hospital programs like Medicare Dependent Hospital Program and Low Volume Hospital Program. Also enacting pharmacy benefit manager reform and expanding access to rural pharmacies. And I hope that pharmacy benefit manager reform leads to lower drug costs for all Iowans. And then establishing the Rural Emergency Hospital Program and establishing the $50 billion Rural Health Transformation Fund that was in the tax bill of last year. Most recently, I've introduced the Rural Community Hospital Demonstration Reauthorization Act, which extends this demonstration program for another 5 years. Since 2005, the Rural Community Hospital Demonstration Program has supported what we call rural tweener hospitals and giving policymakers insight into improving rural health care. Now, how do you get that name, tweener hospitals? They are hospitals like those that are too large to be classified as critical access hospitals and yet still have and face low volume. The program tests innovative hospital payment models under Medicare. Nationally, up to 30 hospitals can participate in this program. Iowa is fortunate enough to have 4 hospitals in this program. They're located in Fort Dodge, Grinnell, Newton, and Spirit Lakes. Until last year, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services underutilized the program by leaving spots open. I'm happy that the Trump administration acted at my urging to correct this. I recently visited one of these hospitals in Grinnell, Iowa. As a result of Grinnell's Regional Medical Center's participation in this demonstration program, the hospital has been able to improve access to mental health, maternal health, and recruiting more providers. The data shows that the demonstration program has benefited rural health care generally. Hospitals in the program have significantly improved their margins and had higher capital investments. The program has also helped with staff retention and adding services. While Congress has extended the Rural Community Hospital Demonstration Program before, we need to reauthorize it again to continue this important work. I'm glad to partner with a bipartisan group of 16 Senate colleagues to introduce the bill that reauthorizes the program. I'm happy to report that last night the Senate passed the Rural Community Hospital Demonstration Reauthorization Act. Now I look forward to working with my House colleagues to make this law. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Officer Brooks.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the Democrat Party has gone off the rails. It's no secret that the Democrat Party has drifted sharply leftward in recent years and has become increasingly divorced from the concerns of ordinary Americans. Many Americans say the Democrat Party does not share their priorities. That was a headline noted last year from the New York Times. But it is remarkable just how extreme Democrats have become. Everyone remembers the Democrat Party's flirtation with defund the police a few years ago. But when it rapidly became apparent that we actually need the police, Democrats seemed to rein things in. But no more. In today's Democrat Party, defund the police is back, and more strongly than ever. The reason we're here today, Mr. President, I would say the sole reason we are here today, is because we're considering this reconciliation bill, is because Democrats refuse to fund law enforcement at the Department of Homeland Security. They refuse to fund Border Patrol, and they refuse to fund Immigration and Customs Enforcement at all. They wouldn't agree to provide a single dollar for either of these agencies. Not a single dollar for a physical presence at our border, not a single dollar to take criminal illegal aliens off of our streets. Really think about that for a minute, Mr. President. Is there any country in the world that doesn't have officers to protect its borders? Well, if Democrats had their way, that would now be the United States of America. The public record provides ample evidence of the fact that among those who try to make their way illegally across the border, there are bad actors whose presence in this country would endanger Americans. Democrats don't want there to be a single individual at the border to stop those individuals from entering our country. And they don't want there to be a single individual to enforce immigration law in this country. The various women who were murdered by illegal immigrants who entered the country under the open borders Biden administration, what about those? Well, Democrats apparently don't think that even one of those individuals should have been deported. Mr. President, if what I'm saying sounds extreme, let me confirm it is. But is also an accurate description of the Democrats' position. If this were about making reforms to the way ICE or Border Patrol does business, then Democrats would have accepted the robust package of legislative reforms they were offered by the White House, or engaged in serious negotiations to tweak the package. But they didn't. They put up a good show for a little while. But it rapidly became clear that Democrats were not interested in actually reaching any kind of agreement. And eventually they just walked away, presumably because they felt that it was more valuable for them to have a political issue than to actually agree to any reforms. Of course, I'm not sure what political constituency they were appealing to, because I don't think mainstream Americans believe in, for example, completely defunding our nation's Border Patrol. But then again, I'm not too sure the Democrat Party really understands or thinks about mainstream Americans. They're in the pockets of the far left, and so they embrace positions guaranteed to appeal to the far left, no matter how out of step those positions are with those of mainstream Americans. Mr. President, in recent days, perhaps realizing just how extreme defund the police could seem to mainstream Americans, the Democrat leader has attempted to obfuscate what is happening here by suggesting that Republicans' consideration of this bill somehow means that Republicans are not concerned with the challenges facing ordinary Americans. To which I say, give me a break. This from the same Democrat leader who oversaw passage of legislation that plunged our country into an inflation crisis. From legislation to drive down the cost of prescription drugs at the pharmacy counter to our signature working families tax cuts, which permanently cut American taxes and put more money in workers' pockets, Republicans have been focused like a laser on making life easier for hardworking Americans. But remarkably, it is possible to walk and chew gum at the same time. And we can protect Americans by protecting our borders and continue to pass legislation that will alleviate some of the pressures facing hardworking Americans. We not only can do both, we have a responsibility to do both. And Republicans are going to fulfill that responsibility. As long as we're in charge, there will be agents at our borders to prevent terrorists, traffickers, and other dangerous individuals from making their way into our country. And there will be agents to take criminal, illegal immigrants off of America's streets. Our nation's security demands nothing less. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
President,
President Pro Tem.
I ask that the calling of the quorum be lifted.
Without objection.
In the past several Congresses, my investigative work has resulted in the public release of thousands of pages of information once hidden from the public. Much of it is evidence of political bias in law enforcement and intelligence community investigations, and I'll give you 10 examples of how this information has been hidden and how our efforts has brought it to light. Crossfire hurricane, Arctic frost, plasmic echo, Round River, the Clinton Foundation, Rampart 12, the Biden family investigation, the Clinton Annex, Durham Annex, and the 2017 Intelligence Community Assessment. But those 10 aren't the total. There are many others I could mention. I have made public record after record, and the partisan media continues to turn its very negative sights on my and Senator Johnson's work. Most recently, The Hill published an article attacking our work on Arctic frost. Specifically, the article took offense for daring to make public largely unredacted records that the Biden administration had kept from the public. Records, by and large, I obtained through protected public whistleblower disclosures and not from government officials. And in doing so, The Hill also raised questions about the identity of who provided legally protected whistleblower disclosures. For example, when referring to my and Senator Johnson's making public Jack Smith's subpoenas, The Hill said it raises, quote, questions about the identities of the whistleblowers who shared them with Grassley, end of quote. Sounds like The Hill is trying to improperly identify whistleblowers who stuck their neck out for the truth, just like Jack Smith's prosecutors have gone after them. For example, J.P. Cooney and Molly Gaston reportedly filed a complaint with the Justice Department Inspector General. Cooney and Gaston asked for that office to investigate what they claim is improper disclosure to Congress of 197 Jack Smith subpoenas. So Cooney and Gaston want the Inspector General to investigate whistleblowers who've exposed the bad conduct by Jack Smith and his staff. That is obviously a conflict of interest. By the way, Cooney and Gaston are the same Jack Smith prosecutors who wanted to prosecute nuns present on January the 6th. More precisely, Cooney said, quote, I'd like to prosecute any nun who still wears a head habit, end of quote. Instead of attacking patriotic whistleblowers, This partisan media ought to do a deep report on how invasive Jack Smith's operation was, because Jack Smith sought communications of Republican groups and what these Republican groups had to do with the legislative branch as well as the media. And all this time, I thought the partisan media held the First Amendment in very high regard. Evidently, they do not. The Hill also failed to report on the emails that we publicly released from Special Agent Thibault. Thibault's own emails show he violated the FBI's no self-approval rule in opening up the Arctic Frost investigation. Those emails were made public January last year. Thibault's own words paint the picture. And this is the same agent who violated the Hatch Act for anti-Trump partisan conduct. Not only was that fact not reported by the Hill, the outlet also couldn't be bothered to report on those emails that we released. And by the way, we didn't get those records from the government either. We got them from patriotic whistleblowers. The Hill's reporting accuses our record production of playing a significant role in FBI agents being fired. Now, the Hill knows this, but they don't report it. The FBI makes personal decisions, not we members of Congress. The Hill's reporting failed to take into account the Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Investigation names that I've made public, which gave them credit for doing good work. For example, last year I issued a majority staff report on then Secretary of State John Kerry's interfering in the FBI arresting high-level Iranian nationals and the targets that those nationals were. I also released FBI records that our agents attempted to investigate the Clinton Foundation. Credit ought to be given to those government officials who did their job. I've received no complaints about making their names public. Yet, the Hill focused on Arctic Frost, and in doing so, buried the lead. Quote, the documents released by Grassley include names of nearly 70 FBI agents and employees. That includes some figures already known to the public, as well as other agents whose case history the Bureau is well aware of, end of quote. Now, I have 5 points. The first, it's common practice to make public the names of taxpayer-funded government officials whose conduct is within the public interest. That's especially the case when their names are already public. Now, I call that, and I hope everybody around here calls that, accountability. Second, not all of the named individuals have been fired. Third, The Hill article fails to explicitly note that 3 of the FBI agents who sued over their termination had their names public before we released them. In fact, one name was public as early as 2016. Fourth, our document production made those 3 names public on January the 30th, 2025, during Kash Patel's nomination hearing to be FBI director. Clearly, he and then FBI leadership didn't give us those records. Who gave us those records? Well, where we get most of our records. Patriotic whistleblowers did that. And fifth and last point, Patel fired those 3 agents approximately 10 months after we made their names public on January the 30th. But again, their names were public years before our release. Now, the point I'm trying to make is the Hill is not doing its job. They failed to mention all those critical facts. Next, the Hill takes a shot at the FBI 1023 document that Chairman Comer and I made public in the last Congress. That's the one about the Biden bribery allegations. Also, the Hill failed to mention that Senator Johnson and I made public 2 additional FBI 1023 documents last year. Both of those documents provided additional information from FBI informants about Biden family criminality. So, there's at least 3 different FBI confidential human sources. Each provided information about the Biden family criminality on 3 separate occasions. And the sources provided that information to 3 different FBI agents. Question: did DOJ and FBI prosecute those other 2 FBI sources? No. So last year, I asked Director Patel about the initial FBI 1023 document that Director Wray was supposed to investigate. I asked whether an investigation was carried out into the alleged records, and Patel answered this way, quote, "Not to my knowledge, Mr. Chairman," end of quote. I'm not saying the allegations are true. I just want to know if the investigation has been carried out. The Hill failed to mention any of that very important context. The Hill also failed to take into account some of my whistleblowers. They failed to take into account that some of my whistleblowers have faced years of retaliation and face serious abuse by officials who have since been fired. Wrongdoing should be punished. It's called accountability. And I've also said lower level personnel who appropriately follow directives without violating procedures ought to have that taken into consideration. Now, the Hill should endeavor to report on the heroic and brave efforts that whistleblowers have undertaken to expose government abuse instead of providing a forum for government agencies' smear instead of smearing them. To my patriotic whistleblowers, I want them to know that this senator's work will continue in full force. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President,
Minority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, Republicans still haven't released the text of their radical MAGA reconciliation wish list, just hours before we're expected to vote on it. Where the hell is the bill? Where the hell is the bill? We were supposed to get it yesterday before lunch. No bill. We were supposed to get it yesterday afternoon. No bill. We were supposed to get it before dinner time. No bill. We were supposed to get it around midnight. Still no bill. And now it's Thursday morning. Still no bill. Why don't we have a bill? I'll tell you why. The Republican Party is in complete disarray. They're in complete meltdown. They can't come to an agreement with each other. They're angry with each other. Why? They're pulled between two poles and they can't decide which to go to. The first pole is the pole they should go to. Help the American people. Help the American people with higher costs, whether it's groceries or gasoline or housing or health care. Work with Democrats to help get those costs down. That's where they should be. And they should also be with us when we want to end the chaos on the streets of our cities by having ICE and Border Patrol have reasonable guardrails so they don't kill Americans on the streets. And of course, end the corruption. They should be angry as we are, as the American people are, at the corruption that's coming out of the White House. So on the one pole is to work for the American people, but on the other pole is Donald Trump, who is exactly the opposite of what Americans want, and Republicans know it. Trump doesn't give a damn about costs. He's already said that. Pay more for gasoline? He says, I don't care. The American people can pay more for groceries, can pay more for housing. He doesn't care about that. He's a billionaire. He doesn't go shop for groceries. He doesn't go fill up the pump, fill up gas, get gas at the pump. Chaos. He loves chaos. His Iran war is one of the most chaotic foreign misadventures America's ever gone on. And it gets worse all the time as gas prices go above $4.50. I heard today it's above $4 in every state. And he is the originator, the chief cook and bottle washer of corruption. He comes up with corrupt scheme after corrupt scheme to benefit himself, his family, his cronies, criminals who he's encouraged to act criminally. He's the originator of the corruption. The ballroom, they've become ballroom Republicans, the senators, Republican senators. The MAGA slush fund to be given out to cronies, probably a lot of it would end up in Trump's pocket or his kids' pocket. Your taxpayers, your dollars, American taxpayers. So they're stuck. They're sort of like, that cartoon, the old Popeye cartoon where olive oil is pulled in one direction by Popeye and the other by Bluto, and she keeps going back and forth. That's who they are. They don't know what to do. And so there's no bill. That's why there's no bill. They're stuck. They're flummoxed. The leader, Leader Thune, has two choices. Side with Donald Trump and show the American people you're totally, totally out of touch with what they need. Or side with the American people, work with us, and get Donald Trump furious at you. And you see what happens when Donald Trump is furious at Republicans. We could ask a couple of senators what happens when they don't side with Donald Trump. So they're stuck. They're just stuck. And it's a spectacle that the American people are witnessing, and more Americans every day say the Republican Party, many former Republicans, say the Republican Party I used to know is so different, so deranged by Donald Trump that it can't be with them anymore. And that's why we Democrats look like we're in good shape in the House and the Senate as we move forward to November. Republicans, let's go over what they want in their bill. Republicans want to spend tens of billions of American tax dollars, but we still don't know what exactly we're voting on in mere hours. We do know that this bill won't include a single penny to make life more affordable. The costs issue, which is number one in the eyes of the American people. The American people don't need to see the bill text to know where Senate Republicans stand with Donald Trump right now not working families. I'm pleased a small number of Republicans are starting to wake up to how egregious Trump's billion-dollar taxpayer-funded ballroom is. But this MAGA majority has made it abundantly clear they're willing and eager to fund Trump's vanity project at the taxpayers' expense. Make no mistake, if ballroom funding doesn't make it into the Republican bill, it's not because of a Republican conscience. It's because Democrats stopped them. They tried to sneak it in. They were caught red-handed. Oh, it's only for security, it's only for this, it's only for that. They're stuck. No one wants the ballroom except Donald Trump. And they're quaking in their boots to oppose him. And when they oppose him, they're worried about electoral consequences, as we've seen in the last week. Were it not for Democrats fighting this ballroom every step of the way, Republicans would have wasted $1 billion taxpayer dollars for Trump's palace in a heartbeat. Republicans are foolish if they think that they can distance themselves from this boondoggle, because no matter what's in the bill, Democrats will force Republicans to vote again and again on their outrageous priorities: Trump's ballroom, Trump's insurrectionist slush fund, Trump's costly war. Americans don't want this bill even without Trump's vanity project. Not when it provides $70 billion to Trump's masked agents who sow chaos in the streets. It's absurd. It's absurd to ask Americans who are struggling to make ends meet to shell out another $70 billion to ICE and Border Patrol when these rogue agencies are sitting on $100 billion from the big, beautiful bill. But the costs of this war, which the American people are opposed to, and the cost of many other things might have to be funded out of this in the next few months. And so they don't want to take the money for ICE or for Border Patrol when there is $100 billion sitting there. Instead, they hold up the budget. Instead, they tell Democrats there's no reform. They tell that to the American people as well. As Americans burn through their savings, Republicans want to expand their nest egg for Trump's private militia. Every vote and every amendment we bring to the floor today will show that Democrats are standing up for the American people and Republicans are selling out to Trump. Again, the contrast is glaring. Who's on the side of the American people for lower costs and for less chaos and to end the corruption? And who's on the side of Donald Trump? Master of corruption, originator of corruption in certain new, novel, and disgusting ways, as well as somebody who doesn't give a damn about the costs that the American people are suffering through. On the slush fund, Donald Trump's nearly $2 billion MAGA slush fund, it's the most blatant act of corruption in American history. People are aghast. Jaws drop all over the nation when they hear what Trump wants to do. Sue the government for $10 billion, that's him personally suing, then settle with himself and use that money for his cronies and Lord knows what else. As I said, I believe a lot of it will end up in the pockets of Trump, his family, his cronies. Trump sues Trump. Trump settles with Trump. Trump decides which Trump allies get paid. It's absolutely depraved. It turns out that the art of the deal isn't very hard when you're making a deal with yourself and forcing Americans to foot the bill. Let's see what his book says about that one, his next book. Trump acted as the plaintiff, defendant, and judge all at once to set up this slush fund. And while Trump was at it, he shielded his family from ever having to face a tax audit again. Can you believe this, America? In this bill, Trump can never be prosecuted and investigated for tax fraud, even though I and so many others wouldn't trust him with his tax returns for a minute. Trump doesn't have to pay his taxes, but he's more than happy to put your tax dollars in the pockets of his cronies, criminals, cop-killing January 6th insurrectionists. They're going to have to vote on that, Republicans. You're going to prevent any of this money from going to people who hurt cops, who were prosecuted for hurting cops. Trump's own Attorney General, Pam Bondi, instituted a rule last year explicitly prohibiting these types of corrupt payments. And Democrats will not let Trump get away with this grift of epic proportion. That's why the very first amendment I will offer during Vote-A-Rama will be to block this slush fund, all of it. Republicans will have to answer on my amendment. Are they for the slush fund or are they against it? Do Republicans want to lower Americans' costs or sell them out to give payments to violent criminals? Do Republicans stand with the American people or with Donald Trump? Americans want to know. Democrats will force Republicans to answer. On costs, now ahead of the Memorial Day weekend, Americans drive to the grocery store and can't believe the prices they're seeing for beef, for propane, for the gas to get there. It's hard to enjoy a barbecue when rising costs are stretching your budget to the breaking point. Just look at costs of the menu compared to last year. A pound of beef up nearly 20%, hot dogs 12%, rack of ribs 8%, buns up 20%, ketchup up 14%, watermelon 17%, lettuce 19%, tomatoes up 22%. And the price of gasoline, it's up 42% compared to this time last year, thanks to Trump's disastrous war with Iran. At a time when Americans should be gathering together in celebration, they're getting crushed by surging costs. And Republicans don't include a single penny in their reconciliation bill to bring down prices. Outrageous, clueless, and it will come back to bite Republicans. While Republicans have been working around the clock to line Trump's pockets, Democrats are fighting every second of the day to lower Americans' costs. And since millions of Americans won't be able to grill this weekend, Democrats are going to grill Republicans over and over again during the Vote-A-Rama with amendments to lower Americans' costs. Yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President,
Senator Nebraska.
are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask unanimous consent to eviscerate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to talk about the benefits of renewable fuels. My state of Nebraska is a leader in renewable fuels. We've got 24 ethanol plants, for example, that create 2.2 billion gallons of ethanol. And that, according to the Renewable Fuels Association, has allowed us to avoid importing about 640 million barrels of foreign oil. Renewable fuels are great for consumers. It helps save you money at the pump. Last time I filled up with a 10% blend of ethanol, I saved 55 cents a gallon at my local grocery store. My congressman has told me that he fills up with E15 and is able to save $1 a gallon. It's also great for cleaning up the environment, reduces carbon emissions and particulate emissions, NOx emissions. And then, of course, it's great for our farmers and ranchers. Renewable fuels are a part of an American first energy dominant strategy. They are great for our country. To that end, I would want to make May Renewable Fuels Month, as I did in Nebraska. I made that proclamation when I was governor. So I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of SRES 747, which was submitted earlier today.
Clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 747, expressing support for the designation of May 2026 as Renewable Fuels Month, and so forth.
Is there objection for proceeding the nomination? Measure. Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I know of no further debate.
Is there further debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution is adopted.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate stand in recess until noon today.
Without objection. The Senate is in recess till noon.
Senate will come to order.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Mr. President, this past January, on the 5th anniversary of the January 6th insurrection, I introduced a bill called the No Rewards for January 6th Rioters Act. Because, as we know, one of the first things that Donald Trump did when he returned to office was to pardon every person convicted of crimes connected to the January 6th insurrection in 2021. That's right. Not just those accused of crimes, those convicted in a court of law by a jury of their peers. But for Donald Trump, that abuse of the Constitution's pardon powers was just the beginning. And since then, there's been a concerted effort to keep going even further, to not only try to rewrite the history of that awful day, but to raid taxpayer funds to actually reward those who ransacked the Capitol, those who assaulted law enforcement officers, who called for the hanging of Vice President Pence, along with members of Congress and those who tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power. And so sadly, it was not exactly surprising when earlier this week, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche announced a corrupt settlement creating a special $1.8 billion slush fund for Donald Trump to reward his supporters, including the perpetrators of the January 6th attacks. And January 6ers being able to receive money from this fund isn't some loophole or unintended consequence. Let me cite a few people. Ed Martin, the Department of Justice pardon attorney, whose nomination to be U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia was rejected by the Senate. That Ed Martin made it clear that this fund's explicit purpose, publicly declaring last year that, quote, You're damn right I want to pay J6ers. That's Ed Martin. The leader of the Proud Boys says he expects a $2 to $5 million payout. Another January 6th convict told CNN he plans to claim $30 million from the public treasury. And one other stated, quote, all J6ers will apply for restitution from the Justice Department's fund. All of us. It's all over Twitter and our group chats, end quote. So to be clear, all of us, he means, includes the many attackers who have not just been convicted of crimes related to January 6th, but even after they've been pardoned by the president, have been convicted of additional serious crimes, including one man who tried to bribe a child who he sexually abused to stay quiet with the promise of this exact kind of payout. Now, the American people have seen a lot of egregious things since Donald Trump first came down that golden escalator in Trump Tower to announce he was running for president. But never have we witnessed something this brazenly corrupt. An American president effectively suing and negotiating with himself to create a taxpayer-funded slush fund to funnel taxpayer dollars to his friends and allies. This cannot be allowed to stand, colleagues. Now, I'm encouraged hearing some of my Republican colleagues agreeing with me, beginning with Majority Leader Thune, who said, quote, he's not a big fan of this proposal. Another Republican colleague saying, quote, people are concerned about making their own ends meet, not about putting a slush fund together without legal precedent. We're a nation of laws. If there needs to be a settlement, let's consider it, and Congress should come together and decide upon that. A third Republican senator said, quote, I've never heard of someone negotiating with themselves and making a plea bargain with themselves, so I think there's no precedent for it. Finally, former Vice President Pence himself has said, quote, it would be my hope that anyone who engaged in violence against law enforcement or at the Capitol building would never be rewarded with taxpayer money. Colleagues, this situation is so outlandish. Some might say it's laughable, but it's not. What it is it's urgent and it's dangerous. Because if the Republican majorities in Congress, both in the Senate and the House, let this happen, then in less than 60 days, $1.8 billion will be transferred from the judgment fund to this new slush fund, which Congress would have no control over and no oversight over. Senate Democrats saw this coming months ago, but the time to stop it is now, before it's too late. Which is why, Mr. President, today I'm bringing up my No Rewards for January 6th Riders Act. Let's stand up for congressional oversight. As a unified Senate, let's pass this bill and prevent corruption payouts before they happen. And so I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S. 3582. I further ask consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Alabama.
reserving the right to object. January the 6th, 2021 was my first day here on the job in the United States Senate. Now, let's be clear of what happened that day. Let's go back and look at it. Democrats in the deep state, they hated Donald Trump so much that they orchestrated a coup against our government. Let me explain this. First started with the tampering of the 2020 presidential election results to oust President Trump and to install a woke globalist favorite, Joe Biden. As a result, great American patriots gathered in Washington to peacefully protest the illegal tampering of the 2020 presidential election. When the leader of the Democratic Party at the time, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and the deep state learned of Trump supporters, and we all knew it, were headed to Washington, D.C. to peacefully protest the fraudulent 2020 presidential election results, they saw a great opportunity. Speaker Pelosi spearheaded the true January 6th insurrection. This has all been proven to be true. Everybody knows it. She said it on tape. She admitted the responsibility for massive security failures that day. You know, the deep state infiltrated the crowd with Antifa and intelligent community members who would instigate trouble and massive chaos. The FBI has confirmed that there were 274 FBI agents in plain clothes at the Capitol here that day. Then Speaker Pelosi set up Capitol Police to fail by refusing to bring the National Guard in as backup. She admitted that. And then, of course, Democrats placed all the blame on President Trump, and Republicans, I can remember vividly that night, about midnight, we all took the blame here. After we came back that night, Democrats called all the Republicans in this room everything that you can imagine here on this floor. It was clear that they were planning that day that they were going after President Trump. But the Democrats' plan to destroy President Trump and his supporters didn't end that day on January the 6th. For the next 4 years, President Biden and the Democrats did everything they could to arrest, harass, bankrupt, deplatform, and even try to kill the former President of the United States, Donald Trump. Not to mention the Biden DOJ abusing their power by wasting almost $3 billion in taxpayer funds to go after innocent Trump supporters, falsely imprisoning them to intimidate their political opponents and the greater MAGA movement. Hundreds, and I mean hundreds, of innocent patriotic Americans sat behind bars for the past 5 years over this made-up witch hunt. Now, there were some guilty, but a huge number of them were vastly innocent. They even arrested grandmas for making phone calls on the Capitol steps. And the only person who died that day on January 6th was Ashley Babbitt, an unarmed Air Force veteran who was shot that day in this very building. Ashley Babbitt was wrongfully killed on January 6, 2021. The federal government admitted it, and they actually paid money to her family. Paid money. And the legal settlement, they paid money. Lives were ruined, families were torn apart, careers were destroyed, all because the lunatics on the left in our country would not let it go, and anyone who was involved in it, they arrested them. So, before we quickly try to pass a bill with a nice-sounding title, we ought to read what it actually does. Democrats claim this bill is about stopping so-called rewards for January the 6th rioters. But in reality, the legislation says if the federal government prosecuted you, Congress can't even ask if the prosecution was fair, if the sentence was appropriate, if the evidence was handled properly, if detention conditions were lawful, or whether the government threw the book at you because you are a supporter of a political opponent. You can't even ask that. This bill treats prosecution as proof, and that it is not how American justice works. That's not how our justice system works. Thankfully, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and the Trump Department of Justice established a standard and lawful process to hear from American citizens who suffered lawfare or weaponization under the Biden administration. If they were wronged, the Trump administration will provide compensation from the Anti-Weaponization Fund. But if S-3582 is passed, It would eliminate that process for American-loving Trump supporters who were wrongfully convicted before their claims are even reviewed. And in the future, the federal government, because this bill would be empowered to target a group of people, prosecute them, and make sure they never receive relief, no matter what the facts. And there were some bad things that went on. Radical Democrats and the deep state folks do not like this country, and they dislike it so much, the way it's run, that they will do whatever it takes to weaponize our judicial system against anyone who opposes their globalist agenda. That's why I will not consent to this bill that treats prosecution as proof and blocks individualized review. That's not how this country works. So for that reason, Mr. President, I object. I yield the floor.
Your objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Mr. President, a couple days ago, I had the pleasure, not just the honor, but the pleasure of welcoming a group of students from Southern California here to the Capitol. And as so many schools from across the country do, it's sometimes an annual trip to come see not just a symbol of democracy, but literally the home of Congress, where democracy is in action. And these young students they're smart. They keep enough with the news to know what's going on in their communities and in their state and in our nation. And knowing that sometimes our small d democratic institutions are being challenged, being stress tested as much as they are today, young people can be discouraged. And part of our job, I think, is to have them not lose faith in our system. It's not always running perfect, but it is resilient, and we're close to celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And we learn both from the steps forward our country has taken to be a more perfect union, and learn from some of the less proud moments of our nation's history where we tend to always come out a little bit stronger. And that comes to mind, that comes to heart at this moment after hearing once again these conspiracies and these lies from members of the Senate who should know better than either to believe them or to regurgitate them and to exacerbate them in this very debate. The 2020 election was held. Countless lawsuits, both before, during, and after the election. Ballots were counted, ballots were recounted, ballots were audited. It is clear who won the election. It is not some mass conspiracy to keep Donald Trump from having won that election. January 6th happened. Don't take my word for it. Plenty of video coverage. All types of news outlets saw the violence that day. It is undeniable. The rule of law was followed. People who were accused of involvement on January 6th had their day in court. Maybe some were found innocent. Maybe some were found guilty of lesser charges. Many were convicted, found guilty because of the proof, because of the evidence, by juries of their peers. It is President Trump who sent the message that if he came back into office, they would be pardoned. He won the election. I could say it. It was not my choice in 2024, but he won the election. I'll admit it. And he made good on his promise to pardon those who were involved with the violence on January 6th in this Capitol. But I refuse to stand here and just let the administration and any Republican member of Congress in either house who agrees with them to set up this slush fund. It is an offense, disrespectful to the American taxpayer, to our democracy, and to our Constitution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
The senator from Arkansas.
thank you, Mr. President. I have one request for a committee to meet during today's session of the Senate. It has the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
like to recognize the senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, even the most hotly debated issues in this bill pale to comparison to the American soldiers who have sacrificed their lives to give us the freedoms to debate and disagree in the first place. You know, later this year, America will celebrate its 250th birthday. Most democracies, they don't even come close to that. They don't survive that long. But our great country has survived because of the brave men and women who have answered the call to defend our freedoms at home and all across the world. Sadly, some of our nation's heroes never returned home. Alabama has numerous memorials across our great state to honor our own fallen heroes. The USS Alabama Battleship Memorial Park in Mobile, Alabama hosts more than 400,000 visitors annually, where they learn more about our military and those that served. The city of Trussville, Alabama is home to Fallen Warrior Monument, which honors Alabama service members killed since 9/11. And Huntsville is home to one of the largest Memorial Day parades in the country. These landmarks and events help tell stories of daughters, sons, husbands, wives, mothers, and fathers who answer the call to defend our country at home and abroad, not knowing what their future might hold. You know, stories of mothers who hug their children and husbands who kiss their wives without knowing if it was their last time. Next week, we recognize Memorial Day. Many will use this as an opportunity to grill out, go to the beach, but this isn't just another day off or another long weekend. It's a day to honor these fallen heroes and reflect on their sacrifice. Today, I'd like to recognize two fallen heroes from my state of Alabama, Alex Klenner of Auburn, Jeffrey Hall of Huntsville, along with their families. Earlier this year, we lost 6 service members in a refueling mission, including 3 members of the 99th Air Refueling Squadron based at Sumter Smith Joint National Guard Base in Birmingham, Alabama. Among those were this young man, 33-year-old Auburn native, Alex Klenner. Alex joined the Air Force in 2017 through the Air Force Reserve Officers Training Corps from Auburn University after graduating from Auburn in 2016 with a degree in mechanical engineering. He deployed 4 different times in just 7 years, logging more than 563 hours in combat zones or support roles. But as impressive as his pilot skills were, Alex's brother-in-law James said that he shone the brightest in his role as a husband to his wife, Libby, and a father to his 3 young children. Alabama continues to mourn the loss of a hero gone way too soon. But Alex's legacy of faith, family, and freedom will continue to live on. Staff Sergeant Jeffrey Hall of Huntsville is another Alabama soldier whose life was cut short in service to our country at the young age of 28. Jeffrey's mom, Annette, said that he was destined to serve in the military. She recalls him as an energetic and headstrong child and a wonderful big brother to his sister, Emily. Jeffrey started showing an interest in being a soldier when he was only 3 years old. He was fascinated with Army uniforms and always wanted to dress up as a soldier. Annette and her husband, Charles, encouraged Jeffrey's dreams. She said they must have brought out every Army surplus store in North Alabama to give Jeffrey whatever military gear that he could find to use and to wear. As soon as Jeffrey graduated from Huntsville Christian Academy in 2000, he set out to make these childhood dreams a true reality. After Jeffrey made a great soldier, he became a jump master, pathfinder, and a sharpshooter, receiving numerous awards for his accomplishments, including Army Commendation Medals, 2 Army Achievement Medals, and the Combat Infantry Badge. He had just resigned for another 4 years in the military when his vehicle hit an IED in Afghanistan on June the 1st, 2009, the day before his second wedding anniversary with his wife, Allison. Jeffrey experienced the joys of fatherhood for only 6 months to his daughter, Audrey Faith, before he deployed. She was only a year old when he was killed. Annette decided to honor her son's sacrifice by starting an American Gold Star Mothers chapter. The chapter connects and supports more than 40 mothers across 18 counties in North Alabama and the Tennessee Valley. They also raise awareness for the sacrifices made by Gold Star families, including with a float in Huntsville's Memorial Day Parade each year. Annette repeatedly says it is a joy to speak of her son because she never wants to forget his life he lived or the sacrifices he made for his country. Her and Charles are heroes for raising their son to love this country, continuing to carry on the same sense of patriotism even after Jeffrey's untimely death. John 13:15 says, "Greater love has no one than this, than to lay down one's life for his friends." Alex Kleiner and Jeffrey Hall both know the danger and knew the danger involved with their mission, and they did it anyway. They left the safety of their homes so they could sleep safely in ours. They were fathers, sons, husbands, brothers, and friends, but to us, they're American heroes. We owe them our full gratitude. We also owe our gratitude to the Kleiner and the Hall families. The loss they have to live with every day is unthinkable. We continue to hold them in our prayers this Memorial Day and Memorial Day weekend. As Memorial Day approaches, I hope we will take the time to honor Americans fallen along with all of our brave Gold Star families around the world. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today I rise to honor Lulu Gribben and to celebrate that Lulu's law has now passed both the Senate and, as of yesterday, the House of Representatives. I want to take you back a second. So Lulu Gribben has inspired the world. And for those of you who don't know her story, you got to go look it up. This child, 15 years old, on June 7th, 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, was doing what so many families do, particularly from Alabama, and she was enjoying the Gulf Coast. She was looking for a sand dollar with one of her friends when, unfortunately, she was attacked by a shark. In the moments that followed, she lost her left arm and she lost her right leg. But she lost 2/3 of the blood from her body in the moments following. It is literally by God's grace that that precious child is still with us. There were doctors and EMTs and nurses and Good Samaritans that came to her aid and her rescue immediately. As they worked diligently to save Lulu and to figure out what the pathway forward was, the world became inspired by her grit, by her grace, by her resiliency, by her toughness, and by her attitude of positivity and saying, how can I take what has happened to me and make sure other people's lives are better? Lulu is one of 4. She's actually a twin. We loved hosting her entire family here yesterday. It was such a special moment, Mr. President. Lulu walked out onto the House floor and got to be there when they voted for this law in her name. This law, as that she said, is going to protect people. It's going to make beachgoers safer, and it's going to make the country stronger and better. So what Lulu's doll does is actually really simple. And when you think about how this came to be, we were talking about this, a group of friends of mine, a group of women, and we were talking about what happened to Lulu and the events that followed, and we said, golly, one of the women said, if there had just been an alert that they knew a shark attack had occurred. Because to know this law, you have to know Lulu's story. Just 90 minutes before Lulu was attacked, a woman from Virginia, Elizabeth Foley, was attacked by a shark and lost her left hand. It was just a short 2 miles plus down the way on the beach that Lulu was attacked 90 minutes later. If she had had any idea about Elizabeth Foley's attack, she and her friends would have never been in the water. So what this does, it just authorizes local, state, tribal leaders to be able to utilize the wireless alert system if an attack occurs. It's simple. It's common sense. When I called Lulu's parents, Joe and Anna Blair Gribben, who have just their resiliency, their love for their daughter, their foundation they've created is just nothing short of remarkable. They said, we've been talking about this exact same thing. When we brought the idea forward, I want to thank my colleague from Hawaii, Senator Brian Schatz, for his leadership on this effort. He immediately joined alongside me and said, this is a small tweak that can make a big difference. So now when these events occur off the coast, whether it be anywhere from the East Coast to the West Coast, to the Gulf of America or beyond, we will be authorized and able to use that wireless alert system, ping the phones in that area, let people know of a dangerous environment, and get more kids, more families, more people to safety. Mr. President, this honors Lulu, and it honors the spirit in which she has dealt with the unthinkable, which is how am I going to take what happened to me and positively impact others. Yesterday, as we stood with Leader Scalise, and he was so gracious to have her up and to be able to celebrate with her afterwards, she said, we're making a difference, we're making a positive impact, and that's what this is all about. Between that and her foundation that she started, it's called Lulu. You can go to Lulu Strong Foundation. She helps kids and others that need help with prosthetics. She has been remarkable with her. She was telling us yesterday she used to play volleyball. Now she plays golf, and much better than me, much better than me. But go look her up. Go be inspired by her faith, by her grit, by her resiliency. She is a 17-year-old Alabamian that is truly changing the world and took a circumstance that people thought was unthinkable and has made a positive impact that I know is going to change and save lives. And it was an honor to carry this piece of legislation. I am grateful to Senator Schatz. I'm grateful to Congressman Palmer, who carried it in the House. And we look forward to standing beside the president and signing this into law for Lulu's honor and to make sure that beach season is safer as a result. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 736.
Without objection? The question's on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Kathleen S. Lane of Montana to be United States District Judge for the District of Montana.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Kathleen S. Lane of Montana to be United States District Judge for the District of Montana, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 743.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Jeffrey M. Kuhlman of Kansas to be United States District Judge for the District of Kansas.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Jeffrey M. Kuhlman of Kansas to be United States District Judge for the District of Kansas, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session, be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding the upcoming adjournment of the Senate, the President of the Senate, the President pro tem, and the majority and minority leaders be authorized to make appointments to commissions, committees, boards, conferences, or interparliamentary conferences authorized by law by concurrent action of the two houses or by order of the Senate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that all members of the Republican Conference be authorized to sign duly enrolled bills or joint resolutions from May 21st through June 1st.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there's a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S4632, a bill to provide for a period of continuing appropriations in the event of a lapse, and so forth, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14. I object to my own request.
Objection is heard. The bill will receive its second reading on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry be discharged from further consideration. The Senate now proceed to SRES 676.
The clerk will report.
SRES 676, recognizing and honoring National Mushroom Day and the contributions of Chester and Berks counties to the national mushroom industry and to healthy diets.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered and made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the in-block consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk. SRES 749, SRES 750.
Is there objection to proceeding on block? Without objection, the Senate will proceed on block.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table, all in block.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S 4631, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
S4631, a bill to ensure that whistleblowers, including contractors, are protected from retaliation when a federal employee orders a reprisal and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned to then convene for pro forma session only, with no business being conducted on the following dates and times: Friday, May 22nd at 8:30 a.m., Tuesday, May 26th at 8 a.m., Thursday, May 28th at 3:30 p.m. Further, that when the Senate adjourns on Thursday, May 28th, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, June 1st, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved to date. The morning hour be deemed expired. The time for the two leaders be reserved for the use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, that at 5:30 p.m., the cloture motions filed during today's session of the Senate ripen.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until tomorrow at 8:30 a.m.